man. Yes, we were born, born to be alive, born to be alive. Yes, we were born, born. Yes, we were born to be alive, born to be alive. Yes, we were born, born. Yes, we were born to be alive, born to be alive. Yes, we were born, to be alive. Born to be alive, born to be alive. Yes, we were born, born, to be alive. Born to be alive, born to be alive. Yes, we were born.
Oh, right. Alrighty, party people. Tanu Tuva, thank you for the gifted sub to Vio. All is balanced in the world again. We're back at it. We're here for another one. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Brain Domain. We're here. We showed up. Which means we're still in it. I've been staying up to date, or trying to stay up to date, to the best of my ability. Trying to stay up to date on the Medicaid news. I know a lot of people are concerned by this, because there's over 70 million people who receive Medicaid assistance in the United States. I was also fact-checking myself from yesterday, because I knew that the way that Medicaid works is that it's partially paid by the state and it's partially paid by the government, like the federal government. The federal government covers about 70% of it, roughly. and it's doled out to the states on a quarterly basis. I had to look that up. I knew it wasn't month to month. They do it every quarter. So. A lot of people are worried, you know, not having access to their health coverage. This is why it should just be an unspoken right of everybody to just have health coverage. Feeling like you can't take care of your health needs or that you can't get coverage that you know is out there and available, it's just unaffordable. That's a really dire set of circumstances. Just think about the toll that takes on somebody's mental wellness. That feeling that they could help me if they wanted to, or if I could afford it. I think history, well, I hope history will look back on this period of history and just understand that it's not a good look. So people were locked out of Medicaid. They weren't able to log in on the back end, you know, all these organizations and stuff in all 50 states. We're unable to access the PMS portal. Is this website up? So this is the website that, like, if you work at a public mental health center, if you work at, like, a Head Start program, if you work somewhere that accepts Medicaid payments, so people weren't able to log into it, which, okay, just to let you know, that happens. Like, you're unable to log into something, that it happened. Like, having worked in public mental health, that kind of stuff would happen pretty often. The infrastructure on those platforms hasn't been updated since like the 90s in most of these cases. Like, just look at this website, for example. Anybody who's ever had to log in to some, like, government program to, like, you know, access files or records or do any of that stuff, you know that it's very outdated. So anyway, they're saying that the reason why people couldn't log in was because it was down. And if that's the case, this is just very bad timing with the federal funding freeze. A short-term delay will be disruptive to healthcare, that's for sure, but there's, you know, for people who are worried about not being able to access services right now, I wouldn't necessarily worry about that, because they can get paid. Like, if the reason why they would not want to offer you a service is because they don't know if they're going to get paid. They don't know if the government's going to reimburse them. But that shouldn't stop them from doing it anyway. So I don't think that this would interfere with anybody who's already, currently set up, currently enrolled. You shouldn't notice any interruptions. At least that's what I'm hopeful for. You will probably still see some sort of bureaucratic or administrative issues, because that kind of stuff is just, that's working with the federal government for you. But no, I don't see the federal funding freeze for Medicaid especially going on for much longer. Other programs I'm still worried about, because there's a lot of stigma and fear mongering that surrounds a lot of those programs. They want to tell people oh, you have subsidized housing, you need food benefits. There's just a oh, hello. There's just such a stigma. People are made to feel very badly for relying on these services, or they're portrayed as just being lazy or greedy. That's not the case. So yeah, they're always trying to strip away from social funding. They're not going to take away from, the military budget or something. That would be unthinkable. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think that you can just take healthcare coverage away from 72 million people. At least not without consequence. So we'll see. Shift the music up. Those meditation tones are making me sleepy. I need more of a pick-me-up. So anyway, definitely stressful times. A lot of uncertainty. However, I'm remaining optimistic. At least in the long run. There's a saying that applies here. Sometimes it has to get worse before it gets better. And as bad as things were, or as bad as things have been, a lot of people were willing to dismiss it, or just be okay with it, just try to return to the status quo. But I don't think that levee can hold for much longer. What's inevitable within a capitalist system is things are going to get so bad that people have no choice but to start increasing their demands for the things that they need. Because they're not just going to give them to you. They've never just given them to you. You've always had to complain. You've always had to fight for it. And believe me, that shit pisses me off. So I think now more than ever is a time for organization. solidarity. I just had my worst day last week and I can only go up from here. It's objectively true. Since we're entering a new Gilded Age, they're going to see just how bad they can make things for the average working class person. Because that's what they've always done. Just look back through history. You know, think back to the Industrial Revolution. Think back to the age of serfdom and, you know. It's a lesson that history has taught us time and time again. If you want something from the people who have the power and the control, you have to fight for it. They're not going to give it to you without a fight. Do you think the corporations, governments, or banks will ever have that solidarity? See, that's the thing, is they've got more solidarity than a lot of us do right now. Just at the inauguration, you know, who was sitting behind the president? You've got the 3 richest men in the world. 3 of the richest men in the world. What they've found is that no one is going to hold them accountable. It doesn't matter if you're a convicted felon, you can still be the president. It doesn't matter how many times they say you broke the law if the rules don't apply to you. And what they've learned is that if you have enough money, the rules don't apply to you. Because why would they? Who's going to enforce them? Somebody that you're paying? I have several issues reconciling myself with humanity. Does that say more about humanity, or does that say more about yourself? What I've found to be true is the things that we apply to humanity as a whole are oftentimes a projection of our own self. We tend to see other people in a similar way as we see ourselves. There are good people out there. Just try your best to be one of them. That's all you can really do. One thing across the board I heard in the mental ward was that every damn patient hated Trump and thought he was a fascist no matter how out of it they were. There is hope. They're all fascists. It's true, though. I'm glad people are waking up to it, because one of the things that I found bothersome was, and this was back in like 2015, 2016. This was back when Trump was still like in the process of becoming president. But I was seeing people supporting him when I worked at the mental health center, like patients there, and I would just have to be like, brother, this guy does not like people like you. He wants to take money away from services that you are using right now. Like, I need you to get that through your head. I don't find the same altruism that I have for others, at least I don't find it around me. know, do it anyway. Do it anyway. Your dad voted Trump in 2016 and realized how terrible he was. I mean, anybody who pays attention will notice just how repelling of a human he is. That being said, I understand that a lot of people are mad at the people that voted for him, but you gotta remember that a lot of people don't put as much thought into who they're gonna vote for as you or me or other people. A lot of people will just do it because it's what their friends are doing. They do it because it's what they've always done. They don't really think about it too hard. Maybe they don't even watch the news, you know? They try to, you know, all that they know is that the number on their paycheck hasn't gone up, and the bills that they have to pay and the grocery bill has gone up, and they're unhappy about that. And that's literally the end of it. That's literally the end of it. That's as hard or as far as they think about it. And so I'm willing to show leniency to those people. I will assume ignorance before I assume malice. I will assume that you are ignorant in your decision, and that is why you made your decision. You just are ill-informed of the facts of reality, rather than I immediately jump to assuming that you must be an evil person. And I would encourage other people to take this stance, because when you start just calling somebody who, you know, voted differently from you, you start calling them evil, they're not gonna, you know, you're not gonna change their mind. You're not gonna win anybody over. You're not gonna win over anybody's heart or anybody's mind. What are your thoughts about Elon Musk having a place in the government? I don't think anybody on the Epstein flight logs should have a place in the government. I don't think anybody who just does a full-chested Nazi salute twice at the inauguration should have a place anywhere near the government. The thing that really gets me is that there are people out there who are just like, it wasn't a Nazi salute. I'm like, okay, if it wasn't a Nazi salute, then let's see you do one. Upload a video of you doing what Elon did. I'm gonna send it to your boss. I'm gonna send it to your mom. Let's see what they think. My concerns are based on his technological power from his businesses. I feel like he's a reasonably intelligent guy, but he is nowhere near the genius that people claim him to be. I feel like he's just really good at leveraging and taking advantage of people who are smarter than he is, at least from a, you know, engineering standpoint. He's a nerd bully. You might not know this unless you're a pretty hardcore nerd, but within nerd communities, there are still bullies amongst the nerds. They're the ones that, you know, they're still nerds, but they're also bullies. He's one of those. He's a nerd bully. He's good at bossing people around and getting them to do what he wants them to do, but he's not some innovative genius. He's a huckster. He's not even a good gamer. He had to... He's paying somebody to play on his Path of Exile account. I don't think that he should have security clearance. I think that this guy is, you know, and then he's, you know, trying to influence politics in Europe. I'm just like, what is this guy doing here? Why is he at the table at all? We'll be taking questions today. If we get some questions today. We're, no questions so far. I'm just chilling at the moment. I'm just airing my grievances. Where do we see things going? Alright, should we do some speculation? Where do we see things going in the near future? Expect the unexpected. So let's think. I don't know how you can be optimistic all the time, Chad. I can't do it. Leyland, I've been waiting for the revolution since I was probably 7 years old, so, you know, there's a small part of me that's just like, fucking finally. You understand that things have to get worse before they get better, because if things don't get worse, you're not going to get people off their asses. And that's just true. I know that sounds harsh, but it's true. Unless you really piss people off, they're fine with just watching TV, eating fast food, scrolling on Reddit. You gotta really piss them off to get them out of the house, to get them marching in the streets, to get them striking from their jobs. No, you really gotta piss them off. And that's where we're getting to. People are really getting pissed off. I think what we should focus on is improvement of the communities that we are in right now. Don't worry about the entire country. That's too many problems for any one person to worry about. What can you do in your community? What's going on in your neighborhood? Because it isn't going to be some, like, national entity that's going to solve this for people. It's going to be 1,000 community-based organizations that influence the community that they are in. So what's going on in your neck of the woods? My neighborhood is pretty much legit turned into a ghost town. You'll see that a lot in like rural areas, is there's just like the factory there that everybody worked at, or the, you know, the processing plant that everybody there worked at. It shuts down, and now you had this town that used to have 5,000 people. It's now got 40 people. Happens a lot in rural America, especially. It was coal mines. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's another great example. It's like, oh yeah, the mine got shut down. We used to be a mining town. In my neck of the woods, people are angry and talking about rising up. Good. They should be. In my neighborhood, drugs and corrupted cops, murderers, rapists. Sounds like you live in a pretty rough area, my friend. Even if you live in a rough area, I would hope that there are still like community organizations there that are trying to make it better. I've noticed that even in the roughest neighborhoods, you'll still find those bright spots of humanity. Sometimes it's in a community center, sometimes it's a church, you know, but it's a place that people in the community can go for assistance, a little bit of peace. Our town had a Whirlpool factory that went to Mexico instead. It devastated the economy of our town. Yep, they'll do it. I couldn't imagine living in a place where police corruption is so rampant. Now, don't get me wrong, that sounds ironic coming out of my mouth because I'm an American, but, you know, as I would say that in small parts of America, small town America, it probably still is just like totally kind of like the Wild West, basically. All these like small town or like county sheriff's departments, you know, who have very little oversight except for, you know, their own authority. And then you even have organized gangs within the larger organizations. Just look at the list of LA County Sheriff's Department's gangs. They've got over 20 of them. I think if we're going to be able to like come together as people, that needs to be a community-based effort. You know, if you can come together within your community, you know, getting to know your neighbors. This is going to sound very boomer of me, but it's true. It's like people honestly don't know their neighbors anymore, and I'm guilty of this too. You know, I probably can only remember like one or two names of some of my neighbors. I've only met them like once. So who's responsible for this? Is it social media's fault? Is it high-speed internet's fault? Who's to blame? Well, regardless of the circumstances, I guess I'm to blame for not acting differently in spite of the circumstances. If I want to know my neighbors, it's not a hard solution. I just gotta go introduce myself. My problem is it used to be rude to not talk to people when you saw them, and now people are acting like, why are you talking to me? That reminds me of being in a big city, like coming from the Midwest where talking to somebody out in public isn't that big of a deal. Whereas if you're in the big city, they're gonna be like, huh? You say something? But no, I feel like people in general have just been feeling more isolated, and it's starting to affect, you know, even smaller and smaller populations of people. You know, it was normally very commonplace in the larger cities, but now it's even starting to affect smaller and smaller populations of people. Like even small towns of people where it's like you used to know everybody who lived in your town. It's like you just don't anymore. So what's going on here? What's going on here? The one neighbor I have left just acts like they are too good to talk to you. Sounds like a poor coping mechanism for your crippling loneliness, neighbor. If I'm too good to talk to, if nobody's good enough to talk to me, then I'm justified in not talking to anybody. You put yourself on this pillar of superiority and you're gonna find that you've got no space for anybody else. It's a lonely life, always looking down on people. My neighbors next door moved in like 8 years ago, and my first conversation, the dude went from, yeah, I'm a retired postal worker to I don't trust the government because they put 5G chips in the COVID vaccine. It's like, my brother needs to learn some social decorum. There's nothing wrong with having weird conspiratorial beliefs, but what's wrong is don't start rambling about those the first time you meet somebody. Don't show them you're crazy from the get-go. Save that for later. Get to know them a little bit first. You know, play those cards a little bit closer to the chest. Because I feel like everybody's got at least some conspiratorial belief. The world is full of mysteries. You've probably got some. You're probably like, what are all these fucking... They're calling them drones? What the fuck are all these things flying around? Nobody fucking knows. Save some of the crazy for when you get to know them a little bit first. Me personally, I like to be out there and open with it, and I feel like that's what a lot of people do. I think that's what he was doing. It's kind of like a litmus test. You know, it's like, if you don't also believe my crazy belief, I don't have time to talk to you because I don't want to get into a disagreement over this thing, so I'm just gonna get it out there right now. Left Rights, thank you for subscribing. Does God exist? And if so, does he have to see me pooping since he is everywhere? Put on a show. If people are watching, put on a show. What's really interesting is that's one of the valid coping mechanisms or valid ways to like change your beliefs about like feeling that you're being watched. There are people out there who feel like the government or somebody is like spying on them. You know, one of the ways that some people can start to move beyond that, because those types of like persecutory, paranoid beliefs are typically very hard to break. They're notoriously difficult to treat. One of the ways to move past them is to be like, well, if they are gonna watch me and there's nothing I can do about that, then I might as well put on a show. You know, I might as well give them something worth watching. No, like when you're that level of paranoid, you know, like I had worked with people who were that level of paranoid, and what happens very commonly is they'll stop working with you because you're getting too close to them. And I can't trust that they didn't send you. they're using you as a way to get to me. And that's always a really frustrating place to get to. I had it happen a few times with people I was working with, and it always sucks. It's like you put in, all of this time, all this effort to like help to build up a trusting relationship with them, and then they're just like, actually, I can't prove that you aren't secretly a government operative. And I said, brother, if I were a government operative, do you think I would be dressed like this? I would have nicer clothes. I'd be getting paid better. He didn't think it was funny. You gotta tell those people you're very unimportant to the government. What's interesting is like even that method of explanation or logic doesn't really work for them. Like you would think you could logic your way out of this level of paranoia, but you just really can't. You could be like, why would they be watching you? All you do is sit in your couch and watch Fox News all day. Why would they be watching you? And they would turn it back to you. I don't know. Why are they watching me? They put it back onto you. They're like, you tell me. I'm like, so you're telling me that it's somebody's job to just watch you all day? Like, how much money are they spending in recording you and observing you? And like, how much government? They're like, too damn much. That's why I'm so pissed. Like, they'll use the logic for why it can't happen or why it isn't happening as part of the explanation for why it must be happening. Also, I feel like it's some people's way of coping with their own feelings of being small and insignificant in a global scale. I said it. Some people are just not happy with the fact that they're mundane, they're average, they're boring, they're not very well known, well regarded, and it hurts their ego. But if the government's watching me, if I'm on some sort of watch list, if I'm getting spied on, if I've got people following me around, then now I'm a person of interest. And I feel like for some people, that's just one of the things they'll come up with, just as a way to cope with their feelings of like being average, being mundane. Do you think I should maybe stay away from social media if I follow people for muscles and comparing myself to them? Depends on how it makes you feel. Do you use it as inspiration or do you use it as an excuse to put yourself down? If you're using it as just a way to put yourself down and say, damn, I wish I was that big, I'm fucked up and I'm failing because I'm not that big, that's a bad way to do it. If you are going to do it, it should be with the mindset of, wow, look how big that guy is. I wonder what his routine is. I wonder how he got that big. I wonder what I can learn from this person so that I can get that big. If you're just using it to put yourself down, you're actually making your goals harder to achieve. Isn't ayahuasca a possible ego cure? Possible is the key word there, because there are plenty of like rich tech bros who do ayahuasca and it somehow makes them even more sociopathic. So explain that to me, shaman. About the paranoia in government, are you aware about the China control system on their citizens? Also in Japan, they categorize their citizens for things as minimal as what they buy for food in the supermarket. A lot of what we hear about what is done in China is propaganda. What we should be more focused on is that people in China heard that we have to pay a bunch of money to take an ambulance and get medical care, and they thought that was their government propagandizing them. They thought that surely no one would live in such terrible conditions. Our government must be making that up to make America look bad. They thought that it wasn't real because it was that fucked up. We should focus more on what's going on here. I don't give a fuck if you can't Google Tiananmen Square if you're in China. I honestly could care. I don't give a fuck. That has nothing to do with me. It's just a distraction. It's just something that's like, oh, China's bad because you can't Google Tiananmen Square. It's like, there's shit you can't Google here, brother. Like all the shit that you're criticizing them of doing, we're doing that same shit. Maybe you should worry about the shit on your plate before you worry about the shit on somebody else's plate. Yeah, if you live in a Western country, you get subjected to a ton of anti-Chinese propaganda. Is China perfect? Hell no. But we're not doing well either. Any attempt to, compare us or criticize another government for their actions is just a distraction from your own government doing whatever the fuck it's doing. Why do you think the lack of media literacy is prevalent? They made media boring. Media should be more exciting. It should be more engaging, but media literacy... They make it boring on purpose so that they can sneak shit in. You know, have you ever watched a C-SPAN congressional hearing, or you ever watched anything going on in the government? It's a fucking snooze fest. You're just not going to get anybody to pay attention if it's boring. And I feel like they make it boring on purpose so that we'll pay less attention to it. I mean, the lack of intellectual analysis of media. Oh, people are stupid. Because the people that are dumb are subjected to the Dunning-Kruger effect, and the people who are smart are subjected to imposter syndrome. And so the people who are capable of making a good intellectual analysis will not, because they don't feel like they are capable of doing it, and the people who have no business doing it do it anyway because they think they're good at it. Which is why the voice of politics for a lot of country people is people who are dressed like me, sitting in the cab of a truck, and I'm talking to my phone. And I'm gonna say, now what the hell is the government doing now? I'm filming a TikTok. What the hell is the government doing now? Did you hear what Joseph Biden's doing now? That's where most people get their takes from. The thing is that everybody should be more frustrated than they are if they properly understood the reasons why they should be frustrated. Like, we have much more in common, like, as working class people, with people who vote, you know, any number of ways. We have much more in common with them than we do with, like, the billionaire class. The billionaire class doesn't really see people as people. That's the problem. You're not really a human to them. You're a resource. You're a commodity. You are to be bought and sold and traded and owned. They don't see you as worthwhile. They don't see you as a peer. They don't see you as having meaning or merit because you aren't one of them. There's a club and you are not in it. I'm not in it either. I don't really feel like a human most times. That's because they're not treating you like one. But that shouldn't stop you from treating you like one. How should a human be treated? How should a human be treated, and am I treating myself that way? It's a good question to ponder on. What does it mean to feel like a human? If you don't feel like a human, what does that even mean? Like, what does it mean? I would say that not feeling like what you are is something that humans are probably one of the only living organisms that are capable of doing that. Like, you have to be complicated enough as a human to even have that belief that I'm not what I am. Or I don't feel like what I am. You know, we've got this big, beautiful brain floating around in that head of ours, and we just can't help but overthink it a bit. We don't have to exempt ourselves from our own self-love, okay? Do psychologists get depressed? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we do. It's a depressing field to work in a lot of the time. Change can be slow. You can see people doing well and then fall off in tragic ways. You lose people to suicide. It's a tough job. Do we deal with it better? Some of us do. Some of us do. But the thing is that even psychologists are not exempt from the well-observed human flaw that is, we have a hard time following our own advice. Don't make the sin of empathy. Right, it's like, they're trying to label empathy as a sin now. That's honestly some of the most Warhammer 40k shit I've ever heard. Thou must not commit the sin of empathy against the Xenos. It betrays the glory of the God Emperor of mankind. If you're unfamiliar with Warhammer 40k, it is far future science fiction in which humans are the bad guys. It's all of the worst things about humanity. Humans are not the good guys in Warhammer 40k. There are no good guys in Warhammer 40k. You have an intergalactic human empire that believes that, you know, if you don't look like me, if you're not a human, you must be purged. Purge the heretic, purge the Xenos. You just sold a few copies. You know, my favorite Warhammer game is Darktide. Darktide's a lot of fun, especially if you liked Left 4 Dead, like that style of game. I feel like I'm in a real-life rendition of that one Idiocracy movie with the cabinet picks, weird executive orders, and swearing earrings. Yeah, we've been on the Idiocracy track for a while now. Mike Judge is honestly one of my favorite writers. He's a genius. You know, he did Beavis and Butthead, King of the Hill, Office Space, Idiocracy. I love Mike Judge. If you haven't seen Idiocracy or you aren't familiar with Idiocracy, I would recommend giving it a watch. It's a comedy movie. It's a comedy, you know, set in the, like 1,000 years in the future or whatever. And the idea is that there is a man frozen in time, and he's just an average guy. He's just completely average in every way. But he's unfrozen in the future, and as it turns out, the people that have just been continuously reproducing were just, you know, dumber, and then the world just gets to be a dumber and dumber place. And so he wakes up 500 years late into the future, and everybody's just, but he's the smartest man on the planet. So yeah. It used to be free on YouTube for a while. I don't know if it still is. Anyway. But yeah, it definitely feels that way. Like we're entering an Idiocracy era. Like, in Idiocracy, like, this is the president. He's like a professional wrestler. He just like fires off an M16 or something like on the podium. He's just like... Oh yeah, it's an M60. Brawndo, it's got what plants crave. There, yeah, in the movie, there's like an energy drink or like a sports drink company, and the sports drink company like owns the FDA, and they're like watering plants with energy drinks and stuff, and it's... So yeah, it definitely feels like things are just getting stupider and stupider, and it's making me feel stupid. like people who are like there are people out there who are like they're able to look at the on the path we're on and they're just like, I don't know if I want to raise a child in this world. I don't like the way that the world is headed. I don't know if I feel right bringing a child into this. And so you don't have enough like educated people reproducing. That's the plot of the movie. I feel like myself is getting better in the sense that I realize more issues are coming to the surface that I didn't think were there. How do I continue to resolve issues and not let them set aside? Keep doing what you're doing. Now that you've found out what works for you, keep working it. This is something that you will commonly see when you start working on yourself, is you will go into it with an understanding of what it is you need to work on, and then in working on it, other stuff will come up. You'll realize, oh, you know, maybe I notice that I'm walking, like when I walk around just in a, like I have a bit of a scowl on my face. Like I always wonder why people are asking me like, are you upset? Are you feeling okay? Are you in a bad mood? Because I'm walking around like this. You know, as you're working on stuff, more stuff will start to come up. What it's okay to do is if stuff comes up and it's something that you're not ready to work on yet, it's okay to set that aside for now. You know, focus on what's in front of you, focus on what you can work on and what you can do, and then as you get more progress, as you get stronger, you can work up to the stuff that you might not have been able to work on from the get-go. Take it one issue at a time. And if right now is not the time to resolve that issue, save it for later. Also on that subject, what are your thoughts of not owning media? I think it's, well, if buying something isn't owning it, then pirating it isn't stealing it, at least to my logic. I am not advocating for piracy. That is illegal. I would never do such a thing, ever. That's bad, okay? Don't do it. You know, as you continue to work on yourself, more stuff will come to the surface, but you gotta stay strong, you gotta keep it up. You know, and just because you're realizing more things about yourself and you're realizing more things that you have to work on, that doesn't mean that you need to feel worse about yourself, because I've seen people fall into that position where they start realizing all these things about themselves and they're just like, oh God, I'm worse than I realized. It's like, the problems are what they are. They already were that way, you just weren't aware of them. As you continue to become more aware of the things about you that you're trying to change, you're trying to fix or heal, they're going to appear bigger because you're looking at them more closely. You've got them under a microscope. So if you're feeling overwhelmed, I always recommend try to take a step back from it and look at the bigger picture. But what you've described in this question here, is something that you know, this is one of the common reasons why people might try therapy, and then they might go once or twice, and then they're like, that's not for me. Because once you start working on yourself, that is when you realize how much work there is to be done. You know, it's like when you live in a house, if you want to remodel that house, you don't really know just how much work there is to be done until you start that remodel. And guess what? There's always more work to be done than you anticipate going into a remodel. But you gotta remember that your awareness is a strength. By becoming more aware of the things about you that you might not be especially fond of, the more empowered you are to do something about them. You know, it's like you think it's going to be a simple project. Like, I'll give you an example. It's like you're going to redo your bathroom. I'm going to remodel my bathroom. A nice project for the weekend. And so you start pulling everything out. You know, you're ripping everything out, and then it's not until you do that you're like, oh, there's water damage in here. There's a little bit of mildew here. There's some mold here. How deep does this go? Or you pull out the toilet and you're like, oh, this plumbing's fucked. The wax ring is busted up. You can never know just how much work there is to do until you pop the hood open, take a look around, and see what's going on. And your brain is no different. But that's okay. Because if you want to fix those issues, you gotta be aware of those issues. You gotta be able to recognize them for what they are. And then you can do something about them. You can't really fix a problem that you don't know exists. Hello, Papa Brain. Can you please give me a script to break up with my doctor? Also, can we look at the picture of my cat Hank in Discord? He's very handsome. I'll be the judge of that. Well, what do you know? What do you know? That's a handsome cat. Let's give him a Hank. He's in a supervising role today. Your cat has been determined to be a handsome boy. Do you think that it is possible to make a believer change their mind? Maybe not making them quit God forever, but not to use it as a reason for everything in their lives. You know, I think that having faith is important. I believe that believing in something larger than yourself is important to us. You know, if we are the end all be all that there is in the universe, then that's kind of depressing to me. You know, if it's all just random chaos and we are just a byproduct of random chaos, I'm not really a big fan of that belief system. But anyway, what I think people should be mindful of is, what is it that this belief system that I adhere to is trying to teach me? What is it trying to get me to do? You know, because when you read a book, a Bible, a religious text, whatever it is, that was written by a person. It was written by a person trying to describe something that is beyond description. Sometimes faith is used as kind of a cope. Sometimes all you can do is cope. Sometimes that's the only thing you're left with. I've seen faith be a really powerful thing for people who hit the bottom. Where I don't like faith is when it is used to oppress. You know, any type of doctrine that doesn't encourage you to be more compassionate, more loving, more patient, more kind, it's just not really a doctrine for me. Let's see what's going on here. My girlfriend's aunt visited her. She's an extremist believer, and now my girlfriend is not taking her medicine for psychosis, and now my girlfriend doesn't trust anyone again. I need to make their family understand that praying won't heal her, that she needs the medication. Well, there is a way to approach that topic. You know, maybe the people who invented the medicine were divinely inspired. You know what I mean? Like, if we're waiting for God to step in, maybe that's God's way of stepping in. It's like that story of a guy is standing on his it's flooding. It's flooding and his home is getting flooded, and he's standing on the roof and he's praying to God. He's like, God, please rescue me. And a boat comes by and he says, oh. Anyway, I forget the story, but the ultimate lesson of the story was that God sent the things to go rescue him. It wasn't God himself who's going to come rescue you. God works through people. So, I don't know. If you're trying to open them up to that idea, just be like, maybe taking the medicine's what God would want you to do. You know, the medication was working and praying isn't working. You were so much, just be like, you were so much better with the medication, you know, especially if it's an antipsychotic. You can't pray away psychosis. It doesn't work. We've tried it for thousands of years and it has worked no times. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You know, and so if you want to be accepting of the help of your God, be more accepting of the help that people can offer you. Because maybe that is God working through them. And that's just one of the ways that you can try to, like, reach people who are very, like, dogmatic in their faith, who are, like, more like prayer is the only answer. I've been thinking while watching the confirmation hearings of Kennedy, does Republican/fascism lower your IQ and vice versa for socialism, or simply just the drugs in his case? Because I think if I fell down a different hole, it could have been a totally different person. I don't think it impacts your IQ per se. What I would say that it affects more is your critical thinking skills. And I'm not saying that people who adhere to Republican belief systems are incapable of critical thinking. I just feel like they're thinking in the wrong direction. They're thinking in a much more narrow scope, a much more individualistic scope, and we need to look at the bigger picture. Anyway. Oh, that's also another good idea, is to talk to someone in the church, because I don't feel like if everybody in the church is anti-medication or anti-mental health, which is just, it's very frustrating, you know? People have used religion as a way to cope with mental illness or, you know, any number of issues, really. Poverty, you know, it's just something that people will turn to, and for many things, the only purpose that it can really serve is it makes you feel better. Maybe. You feel a certain absolution, you know? It's in God's hands. It's not in my hands. It's up to the one above me. Yeah, I agree with what Ravedigger says about religion. It's like, it depends on how you use it. It gives structure to a universe that has, you know, a lot of chaos. It can give you a foundation. Hmm. Never used to be religious myself until a few days ago. Odd ways we find to hold ourselves together. You know, I always considered myself to be, you know, a skeptic, a non-believer. I was a science-minded person. But what I've come to learn in just my experiences, the things that I've seen, the things that I've experienced, and oh, there's something bigger than me. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's beyond my comprehension. But whatever it is, I'm a part of it. Just like you're a part of it and everybody else is a part of it. If you take some time to just reflect on all of the the miracles that exist within the day-to-day life, the harmony that exists within nature, the beauty and the splendor that life can bring. I refuse to believe that it's all without meaning. Been a kind of atheist all my life until now. And I can relate to that because I identified as an atheist for a long time until things changed for me. I opened up to realizing that, to see myself as the be-all, end-all of this universe was a tad narcissistic of me. I would say I'm an agnostic. I think we can just never really know. Well, now that's a change. I would rather a person be agnostic than atheist, because to be atheist is like very firmly anti any sort of, higher existence. It's just the universe is a cold, dead place. And that's a bummer. That's a bummer to me. Like, what created the energy that created the universe? What creates the force that pulls atoms together? Whatever made that happen, that's what I believe in. You are the universe experiencing itself. Your brain, the pattern of your brain, the connection of your neurons, looks a lot like the shape of the universe. So there is a universe outside you and there is a universe inside you, and they look the same. If the universe is an infinite place, then there's room for everybody's ideas. There's room for all of them. Infinity is really big. The thing that people might have a hard time wrapping their head around, because wrapping your head around the concept of infinity is very hard for our monkey brain to do. We're just not meant to think in that size or scope. There are multiple infinities within infinity. And I'll give you an example of what I mean with the number 1 and the number 2. There are an infinite number of numbers in between the number 1 and the number 2. You factor in all those decimals. There's an infinite number of numbers in between 1 and 2. There are a separate infinite number of numbers in between 2 and 3. You know what I like to think? I like to think that, within my brain, there are all of these brain cells that are connected and communicate with each other. And because of that connection and communication, they're able to create something that is greater than the sum of their parts. A human being with ideas and thoughts and feelings and dreams. So what does that say about the universe? If there's a certain pattern that's repeating, when you zoom in and when you zoom out, the patterns start to repeat. So what is my place in that pattern? Imagine that the universe is one gigantic brain, and that you are one single cell within that brain. And that the more connection in between the different components, the different cells within that brain, the better that brain can function. The same goes for your brain, because it's not about how big your brain is, it's about how interconnected your brain is. It's all about the number of connections. That is what determines your cognitive processing power. All the structures of the universe are communicating in a way, but on a scale we can't comprehend. It's true. It's pretty psychedelic to think about, What I'm coming to realize with every day that I spend in this existence is that our true strength comes from our connection. We can do a lot on our own, but we don't need to do things on our own. We can accomplish so much more when we come together. And so I think in many ways that's what life is really all about, is about making connections and growing closer to the people that you care about. And I feel like a lot of people don't realize that until they find themselves on their deathbed and they look back at their life and say, I wish I hadn't worked so much. I wish I had spent more time with my kids. Sometimes when bad things happen, I like to think I'm just having a bad day so that an alternate dimension of me can have a good day somewhere else. I don't think it has to be you that pays that price. It doesn't need to be you. You know, you don't have to be the one that's just lives a life of nothing but sacrifice. It's okay for you to have a good life too. One of the things that I like to do when I'm bored is I also like to imagine myself in an alternate timeline. You know, because there was a point in my timeline where I needed to decide what I wanted to do in school. I scored pretty well in the science component of my ACTs, and I was getting letters from engineering schools, you know, to go and be an engineer. And there was a part of me that's like, you know, maybe I could go and be an engineer. It was either that or going into psychology, and ultimately I ended up going with psychology. Sometimes what I like to do when I'm bored is just imagine me in that alternate timeline, the me who has the brain of an engineer, and trying to learn from that version of myself. What are the things that this person learned in their life? Things that I haven't learned because I had a different set of experiences. What can I learn from a version of myself that I am not? So anyway, that's what I do when I'm bored sometimes. How helpful is it? Who knows? Where are those rocks from the background from? These are space rocks. These are rocks from outer space. They're most definitely not rock formations that are actually on Earth somewhere. Now, Earth is very alien looking, depending on where you look. Nothing like a good rock formation, you know what I mean? How to approach death overall? Really scared of the fact that someday tomorrow won't happen? Worry about that when you get there. There's no sense in worrying about it until you get there. Me personally, I look at death as life's last mystery for me to solve. You know, what happens afterwards? I'm in no rush to get there. I'm not in any hurry. But I see it more as a curiosity. But I don't need to worry about it right now, because when it happens, it happens. Don't let knowing that something in the future is going to happen stop you from having a good day today. You know, we can't get our worrying done ahead of time. You know, if we're worrying today, it's just sapping today of its strength. It doesn't rob tomorrow of its sorrow. We're just harming ourselves today. I'm looking at these rock formations because I'm trying to find the ones that I used to make my background graphics, but I don't remember which ones they were. I mean, these are all alien rocks. These aren't Earth rocks. These are all definitely outer space rocks. Because they're in space right now, it doesn't matter if I found them on Earth and brought them here. Did you see that China made a special fiber that won't fade in space and is planning a moon landing? Also, China made its own space station because they aren't... Yeah, we don't allow them on the International Space Station. It's like, what are we afraid of? Are we afraid of communism infiltrating the space station? They're like, we can't let those Chinese astronauts aboard the International Space Station. They'll start talking about how awesome everything is in China, and they're going to make people not want to come back to America. Is there a presentation on stopping self-harming behavior? There is not. I haven't done one of those. Well, we can talk about it today if you'd like. I'm waiting for luxury gay space communism. The Star Trek future. You know, I'm still hopeful for a future where humanity takes to the stars, not in a stance of conquest, but in a stance of exploration and unity. That's what I'm still hopeful for. But even in Star Trek, Earth had to get even more fucked up than it is right now to get to where they were. Like, even if you're thinking about, like, Star Trek as this, like, ideal future, if you know Star Trek, if you're a nerd like me, you realize that interstellar space travel, you know, faster than light travel, only came after, like, a terrible world war. Sometimes things have to get worse before they get better. And I really don't like that that continues to be proven true. You know? don't want to force a topic. Well, you're just asking a question, so I don't mind talking about it, because I got no questions in the box. Is anorexia nervosa considered self-harming? That's a really good question. And I think you might get a different answer depending on who you asked. But I'll give you my answer and I'll give you my opinion on it. Is it harmful to the self? Yes. Is something being harmful to the self considered self-harm? That depends. Am I restricting my food? Am I starving myself as a sort of punishment? Am I doing it because I feel bad about myself? Am I doing it because I feel like I need to punish myself for the weight that I am? Or I need to, you know, it kind of depends on your rationale and your reasoning behind the behaviors that you're engaging in. Am I doing it to, you know, because I deserve this type of treatment? Am I hurting myself because I deserve to be hurt? Because I would say that it is self-harming, but I don't know if it would depend on who you ask as far as, like, is it a self-harm behavior? Because when you think of like a self-harm behavior, that is a way that people cope with psychological stress. It is something that they can do to make them feel a sense of control over, you know, a psychological stress. But I would say that it is harmful. I would say that it definitely is harmful. And that's to be, you know, that's something that we just really want to know and understand, is that this isn't good for me. Let's not punish ourselves for who we are. We need to celebrate all that we've made it through. You know? All those challenges that we've survived. All those trials and testaments that we've had to make it through. It's not for nothing. I've heard about Elon Musk planning on making a mining colony on Mars. I mean, honestly, if we're... Let's think about it this way. What would be more work? Going all the way to Mars to mine for stuff, and then not only do we mine it there, but it's like we're gonna have to figure out a way to get it off of Mars and back to Earth. And that's going to take a tremendous amount of resources, a tremendous amount of energy. You know, unless we build some sort of cannon, like some sort of rail cannon that can launch materials and just launch them up into... so that they get caught in Earth's gravity or something. I don't know. It's possible. The Central Committee raid? Oh, welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, everybody. We were just talking about the inefficiencies of a mining colony on Mars. We were talking about how it's kind of a dumb idea. 21 months. Let's fucking go. And look, you set off a hype train, Mike. Look at your power. Look at your power right now. Anyway, Anyway, we were talking about the logistical difficulties of putting a mining colony on Mars. I mean, to my understanding, the only reason why you would want to go mine shit on Mars is so that you can build shit on Mars with the stuff that you are mining, because sending that shit back to Earth, it's like the amount of resources that you're spending sending that shit back to Earth, it's like it's not really worth the effort of going to Mars to get it. Especially if it's something heavy. You know, if you're looking for like rare earth minerals, then like, okay, sure, like fine, like you could send a block of, you know, cobalt or whatever. I think realistically, wrangling an asteroid might be the better option. You know, just find a giant chunk of stuff that's flying around through space already and just redirect it so that it gets caught in a geostationary orbit around Earth. And then that would be much easier to just send unmanned drones up there to just hack away at it and just drop little bits, send it back to the planet. You know, and as far as a space elevator goes, a space elevator is definitely something really interesting to think about. I watched a video the other day where it's like, if you were to make a space elevator out of like the cable, the structure, you know, to power the space elevator, if you were to use steel, the ultimate width of it would be wider than the entire Earth, because as the cable gets longer, it needs to get wider so that it can support the weight of all of the cable underneath it. So you wouldn't be able to do it with steel, you would probably have to do it with graphene or something. That would be pretty sick. Space Case, thank you for subscribing. We're in a little bit of a hype train right now, so if you want to join the party, you know, get in here. One asteroid is enough too, right? And I feel like people undervalue just the sheer amount of mineral wealth that you could obtain from just wrangling one asteroid. China already working on a kilometer-wide solar panel to hang in space and run the power down to Earth through microwaves. You know, and they could have all that energy and they could give all that energy away to the people of the world for free, and I bet there would still be people who are be like, I don't want that Chinese space energy. I don't want it. I want some good old-fashioned fossil fuels. I want to be able to smell where my electricity's coming from, brother. Space elevators are dope, but it would be the single most costly infrastructure investment in history. It's about fucking time, too. You know, because realistically, it's like, if we want to keep getting up and down off the planet, using rare fuel, like, because you have, like, rocket fuel is only, like, the premium of the premium fuel. Like, you gotta get the good stuff. Have we talked about Dyson spheres yet? Oh, we're working our way up to that. I think a full-on Dyson sphere is a little bit overhyped. I think that something that would work better would be something more like a Dyson swarm. It doesn't need to be an entirely, you know, singular cohesive structure. It could be a massive swarm of tiny structures. Alright, hype train's over. Hype train's over. Cut the music. Cut the music. Somewhere place, thank you for the 8 bits. Thank you. Thank you. All right, everybody, welcome to the Brain Domain. We're here talking about mental health. We were talking about the Medicaid freeze earlier. You know, we're trying to stay up to date on that topic. We're taking questions today. We've got the anonymous question box. People are worried about where they're going to get their mental health if Medicaid freezes, and I'm like, well, I'll see what I can do. If you feel like you could use a little bit of mental healthing after the RFK, hearing, you're probably not alone. I got kicked off of Medicaid for being like $2 over the threshold. Don't you love how the US government ends up being just terribly inefficient because it's going to cost them far more than $2 to, get their shit together? It's really insidious. It's like if you're disabled, they also want you to be poor. You're not allowed to be disabled and also wealthy. You're not even allowed to be disabled and like lower middle class. It's like if you are disabled and you are on disability benefits, you have to be poor. You're not allowed to have more than $2,000 to your name. Also, you know what's really, I was gonna say funny, but it's not really funny. It's kind of like in a sad, funny way. If you've ever had to, apply for those types of benefits from the government, if you've ever had to, maybe somebody in your family or somebody you know was on like SSI or SSDI and they got, these packets of papers from the government, and you'll see on there, it's like the postage paid. It's like they're paying more than $2 just to send this giant packet of paperwork to you. And that 2K was decided in the 70s and hasn't been adjusted for inflation. Yeah, it's true. They only want to give disabled people the bare minimum. They want people who are disabled to feel bad about being disabled. They want you to feel helpless and dependent and unable to, progress and grow and live a fulfilling life. If the system ever feels cruel, that's because it is, and that's because that's the point. The cruelty is the point. They want you to feel bad for being disabled, because if you are disabled, then you can't lubricate the gears of capitalism. Going on in here? Oh, the mushrooms. The mushrooms. That's the alert over there. We got some fungal growths. A lot of cities are horrible to travel around if you're disabled and don't have a car. Yeah, as much as we like to joke about Canada and their healthcare system and say, well, have you tried dying? It's like we like to meme about that, but they do the same thing here. It's like they put you in a position where it's like, well, what are you gonna do? They put you in a position where you've got no choice left but to find yourself homeless, begging for food, begging for money. All right, we got a question here in the drop box. We've got an anonymous question box here, and that's what we're gonna dip into. What to do with suicidal thoughts? That answer depends. It depends. What are you trying to do with them? Are you trying to defeat them? I would hope that you're trying to defeat them. Trying to crush them into dust. You know, what are we trying to do with these thoughts? Are they making you uncomfortable? How are they making you feel? So my question is, what do you want to do with them? Because what you want to do with them will will determine how I respond. You know, what is it you're trying to do with them? Are you trying to get more comfortable with them? Are you trying to destroy them utterly? How about I share this with you? I'll share what I find to be helpful. What I find to be helpful is get mad at them. I fight back. That's what I do. These are the types of thoughts that will really kick you when you're down. It's okay to get pissed off at those thoughts. So what do? I bark at them. I bark at them. Suicidal thoughts suck. Simple as. Simple as. The problem really manifests, though, whenever we start to become comfortable with those thoughts. When we welcome those thoughts, when we validate those thoughts, when we see them as a viable solution to the problems that we are facing. And in that, I would just like to remind you that a very common trend amongst people who have survived suicide attempts, you know, people who have survived jumping off of a bridge, many of them have reported that in that moment, after they've jumped off the bridge, they have a realization. All of the problems in my life can be fixed. All of my problems in life can be fixed, except for the fact that I just jumped off that bridge. Suicide is a permanent solution to a short-term problem. So reach out. If you're feeling that way, let people know. You know, talk to specialists, talk to friends, talk to loved ones. Let them know how you're feeling. Don't sit with them alone. Ultimately, it's going to be up to you to defeat those thoughts, but in that battle, it's important to have allies. So who are your allies in this fight? Is it good to consider those kinds of thoughts a desire for a part of you that is harmful to you to not exist anymore instead of throwing out the proverbial baby with the bathwater? Yeah. The way that I see them is they are also a manifestation of our desire to just have peace. You know what I mean? It's like we just don't want to feel that pain. We don't want to suffer. We don't want to struggle. We're tired of fighting. We just want it to be over. And so that's why so many people find them comfortable. But we're not quitters. We're not quitters. You gotta get that dog in you. You gotta get that dog back in you. I'm sure you've seen The Lord of the Rings. I'm sure you've seen The Lord of the Rings, right? You've seen the Lord of the Rings? This is a great analogy for what depression is like. Depression is like Grima Wormtongue whispering in your ear. And depression has you feel like a dried up, crusty old dude. But what happens in The Lord of the Rings? Well, they give the king his sword back. What made him feel better? What brought him back into the man that he was? He picked up his sword again. It put the dog back in him. Life is a struggle. Life is painful. But you should keep fighting. That's what I believe. You know, if we're gonna go down, we go down swinging. How do you handle when someone tries to downplay your depression by pointing out that thousands of other people suffer from depression, so your struggle isn't special? Just because it isn't common, or it isn't uncommon, doesn't mean that it's not real. Replace the word depression with cancer and repeat it back to them. Sometimes the best way to handle somebody's fucked up, idiotic, stupid, mouth-breathing, troglodyte opinion is to repeat it back to them, but with some different words so that they can actually understand the damage that they're doing. Oh, I'm heated today, aren't I? I'm heated today. But this person's dad is dying of cancer, so I don't know if I should use that example. I don't know. Maybe you should use that example. Is it kind of heartless? Yes. But are they being kind of heartless to you? Also, yes. I don't know. Maybe it would really help to drive the point home. Why are you so worried about your dad's depression? And why are you so worried about your dad's cancer? Millions of people got cancer. It's You see what I mean? It's like, we don't need to devalue a person's struggle just because there are other people that are struggling. That's very heartless. Thoughts on RFK hinting he wants to attack SSRIs and mental health? The mental health care system in this country is broken and it does need adjustment. What he is offering to do to fix it, I don't think that's the answer. So much of our mental health system is just catered towards getting people back to work. You know, a metric that is used in the American mental health care system is, are you capable of having a job? They determine your mental wellness based upon your ability to participate within capitalism. And so I think, you know, he's the type where, you know, he still believes that, and that's part of the problem. He just wants people back to work. In America, we just have so many people in power who loathe people who depend on social safety nets. They just have such an absolute abhorrence for people who depend on public assistance. It's very heartless, it's very cruel, and it's all part of their plan. Also, just going back to what Jim Aru said, that question about how do you handle when somebody tries to downplay your depression, what they think of it doesn't fucking matter. What's most important about your depression is that you take it seriously. Who fucking cares what other people think about it? Whether or not they think it's real, or whether or not they think you just need to go to the gym and get outside. You know, who fucking cares? It's you fighting for your fucking life. Fight for it. Don't let anybody else tell you otherwise. Eric the Red, thank you for subscribing. But Elon is the one who relies on the government the most. See, and that's the hypocrisy of it, is that the people who will most vocally despise and punish the people who depend on social safety nets and, you know, public funds are the ones who rely on them the most. Just like think about the baby boomer generation. They've reaped the benefits of one of the best social structures that the United States has ever had. And then what do? They say, well, fuck you, I got mine. You figure it out. Actually, I really like that. Thank you. I'm glad that I found something you liked, because I think I wasn't hitting the nail on the head with the other stuff I said. I'm feeling a little aggressive today. I'm a little heated by some of the stuff that's going on in the world, so my approach might not be as compassionate as it may need to be. You know, in the flight response, mine is it's stuck on fight, I'm afraid. I was depressed, then shitty things happened, got a seizure, and I'm not depressed anymore. You know? It's like, did the seizure miraculously cure your depression? Maybe. Did a serious medical event cause you to develop a new outlook on life and to, you know, realize how important things actually are? That could also be true. Sometimes having a major medical event in your life can really help to give you the perspective that you need to shake yourself out of a depressive slump. Kind of like how some people will live a life that is very stressful, very agitated, they're always revved up, and then they have a heart attack, and they're like 50 years old and they have a heart attack, and they're like, oh my god, I need to make some changes. And now they're just like a much more like fun, carefree person. Just a radical personality shift as a result of a major medical event happens quite commonly. In Mike's chat, there was a chatter who said a proverb that said something like, wanting to die is wanting part of you to die. Throw yourself in the ocean and watch yourself want to live. Right? It's like, we want to live, and that's why those thoughts of wanting to die are so bothersome to us. That's why we don't welcome them and embrace them and say, ooh, that feels good. And that's why I said, that is when it's a much more concerning thing, is when you start to find comfort in those thoughts of death. If they start bringing peace to you, that's when you really want to be concerned. But you also want to remember that the part of you that just wants peace, that's also the part of you that is trying to find a solution to find that peace. And maybe the only solution that that part of you can come up with is to give up. It's like, if you really want to have peace, then just give up. But I would hope that we don't just give up, because it's worth sticking it out, you know? That's not how we want our story to end. Also, I'm of the belief that if nothing else works for you in that moment, then continue to live out of spite. Spite can be a tremendously powerful motivator. So if nothing else is working, then live in spite of those feelings. Just make sure that you can, put that sword away when you don't need it anymore. Howdy, Papa. First time here. Welcome in. Welcome in, JJ. I would like to ask about some anxiety I have for a piece of homework I got due late next week. I'm a recent history PhD, and I got a chapter due soon for an edited collection. It would be my first major publication, but I've been procrastinating so much. Already asked for an extension, and all their feedback is handleable, but I've been dragging my feet to do any of it. Not really a question, but I wanted to share this draining internal dilemma. Thanks, JJ. All right, JJ. It's business time, JJ. What you're going to realize is that the strategies that worked for you up until this point, allowing procrastination to take the lead and then waiting until panic sets in and then using panic as a motivator to do the work that you need to do, it's time to break free of those old habits. So we need to build a better process, because this isn't going to be sustainable. And even if it is sustainable, I'm not saying it's not possible. There are people who procrastinate their way through PhD programs all the time, but it's a much more stressful way of doing it. And so the fruit of that anxiety that you are now having to chow down on is because that's the seeds that you planted. That fruit has come to bear. So what can we can't, there's not much in this situation that we can adjust, but this is a situation that we can still learn from. So what do we want to do differently for the next one? I would worry less about fixing the process of what you're in right now. I'm like, just get your paper done by any means necessary. But for the next one, don't forget the stress you feel right now. Make a mental bookmark of it. Then figure out what we need to do differently next time. I think a really important part of academia, especially higher level academia, if you're going for a master's or a PhD, is you gotta get that process worked out. You got to get that workflow situated so that you're not drowning in stress, because wind up pulling your hair out. I had to adjust, whenever I was getting my master's, I had to adjust because the techniques that I had used to get me through undergraduate, those did not work anymore. It's like the papers that you're writing are no longer, 2-page papers. You're having to write 20-page research reports. You're having to, adhere to a specific format. You're having to, go through and cite all of your sources and make sure that everything is perfect, because you're also getting graded on on the format of the text. God, 10% of my fucking grade. 10% of my fucking grade on a lot of these papers was just APA formatting. So what I would say is remember this stress. And if you want to avoid this stress in the future, you gotta divide it up. You gotta imagine how much less stress you would have if instead of, cramming it all in at the end, we did it over a span of, a couple weeks. Much more manageable. One of the things that'll help you do that and stick to it is to really remember how you feel right now. If you want to avoid this feeling in the future, you know what you need to do to avoid it. You're a smart person. I don't have to over-explain it to you. I think you know that your, approach to writing papers and not procrastinating has been due for a tune-up for a while, so, there's no better time than now. Discipline is freedom. It's true. It's true. It's like, if you can get into a habit of just like taking an hour out of every day or, 2 hours, a couple days a week to just sit down and work on that thing that you're working on and to get a better workflow going and to figure out, the big game changer for me, like I'll give you an example of what I did at the master's level to help me not be a procrastinator anymore. Is I started writing outlines for the projects and the papers I had to do. And I would just spend the first hour or two, and I would just do that one day, and then I wouldn't even worry about writing the paper that day because I was doing it ahead of time. Is I would write a full outline. What is every single thing that I want to be included in this paper or in this report, whatever it is that I'm working on. Just bullet points. And then I would just go in and I would just start filling them out section by section. I would do a section this day, another section the next day. Maybe I'm feeling really spicy and I'm able to knock out a couple of sections. It really just makes it so much easier and so much more digestible. And what you realize is that the panic and the fear that I associate with my academic performances doesn't need to be there. I was kind of doing that to myself by continuing to enable my own naughty behaviors. Anybody worried RFK Jr. is going to recommend legalization of euthanasia as an alternative to cancer research? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised by any number of weird fucking worm brain ideas RFK Jr. is going to come up with. I don't know why this isn't a rule. Well, I know why it isn't a rule because it's never happened before to our knowledge, but I feel like it should be a rule. That if worms ate your brain, you shouldn't be allowed in the government. Now, I'm not trying to discriminate against anybody who has a worm-eaten brain. I still hope that you can have a fulfilling and wonderful life. I'm not trying to discriminate. But I just don't think that you should be in a place where you can affect the lives of millions of people. If worms ate your brain, is that too much of me to say? Just watch out, because the thing, you gotta watch out for the libs. The libs will try to cancel you. But you're being very ableist right now. All right, so be it. I just feel like, if I found out that worms were eating my brain, I would probably not go for a position in a public office. just out of respect for other human dignity. I'd be like, you know what? Maybe I should just chill at home and like do stuff that doesn't impact the lives of millions of people. Because worms ate my brain. My main complaint with libs right now is that they aren't mad enough. Like, I've been mad for a long time, but I'm really over the, like, status quo perpetuating, like, let's just get back to brunch type people. How do you even get worms in your brain anyway? That's just... What the fuck was this guy doing to get worms in his goddamn brain? How do you even do that? Alright, we got some good questions lined up in the box here, so we're gonna keep moving. He was eating roadkill? Oh, it was from the bear meat. He hit a bear with his car and then he ate it. I'm like, that's fucking stupid. MLK said it best, liberals prefer peace without justice, right? And it's really easy to just push for just peace if you are in a protected group. You know, if you're in a privileged, protected group, it's very easy to just say, why can't we all just get along? Why can't we all just have peace? Like, because there's people out there trying to kill people, motherfucker. We got to do something about that. There's people out there who are trying to systematically kill people. We should care about that. We should protect those people. Is it confirmed that he got the parasites from the bear roadkill? You know, we'll get back to those questions in the box here in just a second. Hold on. How did RFK get worms in his brain? RFK Jr. details medical abnormality that he says was a parasitic worm in his brain. He experienced it in 2010. Where? Where did he get it from? Hold on, I'm scrolling through. They're like, there's no answers. It's just saying that it was just giving him brain fog. A worm got into his brain, ate a portion of it, and then died. Oh my god, your brain killed the worm? Your brain... Did he even have a worm? He had a worm. He had a worm in his brain. Okay, so this was this type of worm he had. Let's look this up and let's see how this gets... It's a pork tapeworm. So it was a tapeworm. And it got into his brain? Oh my god, hold on.
Fry, where's your brain slug?
Poor little guy starved to death.
Poor little guy starved to death. I guess hold on. I should respond to this question more sincerely before I move on to the next one. I personally am concerned with the use of euthanasia, especially in mental health cases. Very recently, there was a woman that was petitioning for euthanasia because she had, these issues with depression and anxiety. And, I read through the report and I read through, the things that she was saying that she was struggling with and the different types of treatments that they tried. And honestly, I was left very, very, very disappointed because there was still so much that they could have done and still so much that they could have tried. But ultimately, they just said, all right, well, let's just kill you then. And I think that that's a really slippery slope. Now, don't get me wrong, I do believe in death with dignity. If you have terminal cancer and it is just racking you with pain, and there is just, you're only going to live for a little while longer, and, you don't want your last days to just be in absolute suffering, sure. Sure. Absolutely. I support that. What I don't support it is for people who are dealing with depression. My boyfriend got an email from Tinder. Am I cooked? No, it sounds like he's cooked. I would not trust myself when I am depressed to make a decision about euthanasia. And that's another part of it. It's like, you only get emails if you have an active account, right? I think so. I don't know why they would. It could just be them trying to market to him, but I mean, it would also, like, I would raise my suspicions, but I don't know if I don't think it's damning evidence. Is your boyfriend just like going incommunicado and is, out there doing who knows what for hours at a time? Is technically from Facebook about his information. Then I probably wouldn't worry about it. Did you guys meet on Tinder? I would also consider the fact of like, how long have you been together? Was he on Tinder from before you met? Did you guys meet on Tinder? Or have you been together for like a long time and it's just like, wait, why would he have ever even been on Tinder? Tinder wasn't a thing when we were starting to date. If it's just an email from Facebook about his information, then yeah, I probably wouldn't worry about it. I opened his phone and it was his email, and the last thing he searched was Tinder. Like, he searched that in his email. Well, see, now my eyebrows are raised. Because that kind of makes it seem like he's trying to cover his tracks, but You know, you have some options here. You could either talk to him directly about it, or you could go the sneaky private investigator route and have a friend make an account and then try to find him on there. But like, do we want to play the spy game? Is that what we're signing up for? And he's weird about his phone. I don't know. I'm always a little bit suspicious of people who are very like, what are you hiding on your phone? Like, what's on your phone that you like would die if somebody were to see it? Like Casey could look through my phone. Casey could look through my phone whenever. Like, I don't give a shit. I got nothing on there. And nothing to hide. I don't understand relationships where it's like the partners feel like they have to hide their phones from each other, or they have to like go through each other's phones to like test and make sure that the other person is loyal. It just sounds stressful. Like, I've never felt the desire to go through her phone, and she's never felt the desire to go through my phone because we trust each other. But yeah, I would just ask him about it. I would just ask directly and then see how he responds. I would ask him about it in person and just see how he responds, you know? Listen less to like the response he gives with his words, because there might be more tells in like his body language or the way that he's acting. You know, if he responds in a very like accusatory way. If he turns it around and makes it about you, that's kind of concerning, because it's like, he's also been DMing his ex. Is that bad? Yes. Yes. She has a boyfriend though? Doesn't matter. If they're both willing to cheat, then it doesn't fucking matter. It's like, he has a girlfriend too. And something happened between them and he apologized recently. Like, he's like, I want to be friends. That's very concerning. It's like, of all the people in the world, why the fuck do you have to be friends with your ex? Like, be friends with your current partner. You know what I mean? Like, be friends with anybody else. It's like, why do you have to keep them around? It's just gonna it's just gonna complicate things. I would say that he's definitely acting shady. She seems like the one that got away. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Sounds like he's treating you like a backup plan. Cooked, huh? Could be. There's definitely something cooking. I can smell something in the oven. He says we're gonna get married though. Men say that shit all the fucking time. Men say that shit all the fucking time. And I'm moving to Cali with him. I wouldn't do it. Unless you can trust this person 100% unequivocally, don't move with them to another state. That's a nightmare scenario. If you don't unequivocally trust the person that you are with 100%, don't move in with them, and let alone don't move to another state with them. Because then you're going to find yourself isolated. Only that is weird with his phone. I'm innately suspicious of anybody who's weird with their phone. Like, I respect a person's right to privacy, but I mean, anybody who's just overprotective of their phone, it's like, what the fuck are you hiding on there? Like, what does your gut say? Like, listen to your gut. What is your gut telling you to do? I would talk to him about it and then I would see how he responds. Because the way that he responds is going to be a big tell. Like, even if he's just going to, you know, lie about it or whatever, it's like, the way that he responds is going to say more than what he might say with his words. Unless he, like, owns up to it and he admits doing something, but that doesn't really happen that often. The fact that he is searching for Tinder in his email makes me think that he wants to do that so that he can delete the emails that are from Tinder. So... I don't know. You know, the whole, like, still friends with the ex thing is kind of... No, I'm not. You know, I feel like... Is it okay to break up with an ex on friendly terms? I feel like people will, like, act like it's a good idea, but I find that in practice, it's very rarely a good idea. Like, I don't know. I find that it's almost always a bad idea. Friends with my ex, but we broke up 5 years ago. Is that weird? You know, sometimes we, you know, reconnect with people in the future, and sometimes we, you know, with time. But I mean, obviously, it, like, context matters. I would say it would be weird for me to, like, spend any time talking to any of my exes. It's like, what the fuck would we talk? What the fuck would we talk about that I could easily talk about with anybody else? Like, why do I have to talk to them about it? I would just proceed with caution. You know, I don't think that we can say guilty or innocent right now based on the information at hand, but there's definitely enough to raise suspicion. And so I would say suspicion doesn't really have much place in a healthy relationship. And if you want to have a healthy relationship, you got to be able to address those feelings and talk about them like grown-ups. Alrighty, we've got some questions queued up in the box, so I'm going to get back into these. How do I do normal stuff? Everything from talking to people, trying to network for a job interview feels frustrating. I've struggled with depression and anxiety for years now. It feels like these things are so basic, and the fact that it feels hard makes me feel dumb and incapable.
It feels like because of all the mental health crap that I have to fix that first, but it just seems like I got debuffed in life. What does one do? Power through it or fix it first? I feel like the mental health weighs me down so much, like I just ran a world record marathon and now I'm being told it's not enough. Remember this. The only person that's telling you that it's not enough is you. In many ways, in healing ourselves, we have to become more accountable for the ways that we are perpetuating the way that we feel. You know, if I feel these types of ways, then what am I doing to fix them? What am I doing to work on them? I would say that you have been in the process of fixing it. This isn't something that you're just getting started on. This is something that you have been doing. You've been becoming more aware. You've been learning about what it is that you're struggling with and what it is that you need to work on. And that's part of the process. That's part of healing, getting to know yourself better. But now you're trying to get to know yourself truly. So, you've got a debuff. Thankfully, it's a temporary debuff. It's not a permanent debuff. It's not a permanent debuff. It's a temporary debuff. Something worth thinking about is what has helped me to get through the depression and anxiety that I've been dealing with for these years. You know, what is it about me and my own resilience that has allowed me to continue going? What have I tried that has been helpful in mitigating it? What have I tried that wasn't so helpful? You know, what have I done that set me back or hurt me? Because right now you're on the journey. And that's what life is all about. It's not about the destination. It's not about the pursuit of happiness. It's about the happiness of pursuit. It's about learning how to celebrate that you are capable of growth and change. Celebrating the direction that you're headed in. Living to fight another day. Even if you don't get to where you're trying to get to, at least you can know that you tried, that you didn't give up. So what is something that you're working on? Let's look at it logistically. You know, what is something that you're trying to get figured out? You know, are we trying to work on our social skills? Are we trying to work on our coping skills? Do we need to focus on changing our routine? What is it we need to work on? Maybe it feels like there's too much to work on. This is where talking to a therapist or coming up with a treatment plan can be really helpful. You know, identifying what your goals are, coming up with a priority. You know, what is the goal that I want to work on first? And what is the first step in working on that goal? I think a good place to start is right up here. Reflecting on the way that we view ourselves. What do I think of me? Do I think of me as someone who can make it? Do I think of me as someone who can do it, who can know happiness? Because if I don't believe that I can do it, then I'm never going to be able to do it. So I got to start listening more closely to the parts of myself that do believe that I can do it. Because I'm still here. I haven't given up yet. So even if I can't recognize that part of myself, the part of me that wants to keep going, the part of me that doesn't want to give up, the part of me that wants to keep fighting, I just need to get to know that part of me better. I need to draw it out. I need to be able to listen to it more closely so that it can have more of a presence within my mind. You are in the process of becoming who you are going to be. Who do you want that person to be? Who is it that you are in the process of becoming? One more thing that I want to add. Another important realization to make in healing it's okay to be wrong about yourself. At this moment, you may be actively believing things about yourself that are flat out wrong, and that's a good thing. You want to be wrong about those things. Those parts of you that believe you to be incapable or insufficient or not good enough, those are the parts of you that you want to be wrong, and those are the parts of you that you're going to have to prove wrong. You got to remember that people don't like to be wrong. Being wrong feels bad. But in this case, you want to be wrong. You want to be wrong about yourself. Also, one last thing. Consider the possibility that we don't need to take ourselves as seriously as we do. One thing that I've noticed time and time again is that, and this is something I find myself doing as well, so I'm not exempt from this. We've all done it. We take ourselves far too seriously. And that's not to say that our pain or our suffering is not invalid. That's not true, it is. But when we hyperfixate on it, when we build our world around it, when we incorporate it into our being, when we learn to identify with it, it becomes part of who we are. That might lead us into undue amounts of suffering. So learn to recognize the ways that you are wounded, but also learn to recognize the ways that you are picking at your wounds. How do I recognize my feelings better and don't run away from them? You gotta let them in. You gotta let them in. Be a gracious host. Welcome them in. Offer them a seat at the table. See if there's anything you can get them. You need a drink? You hungry? You want a snack? Make yourself at home. What happens when we run away from our feelings? We can't outrun them. It's just we're just delaying the inevitable. If you run from your feelings, all that's going to happen is you're just going to be exhausted when they finally catch up with you. And maybe we would be better equipped to handle those feelings if we weren't doing it in an exhausted place. Society said not to do that. Well, society's wrong. Society's been wrong about a lot of things. Society thought that slavery was okay for thousands of years, so maybe society's wrong on this one. Maybe it's okay to feel your feelings. A good way to learn how to recognize your feelings better is to practice a skill that we refer to as emotional literacy. And this is one of the common tools that people will use to help them figure out just how they're feeling. By checking in with yourself, by reflecting on your current emotional state, and then finding an identifying label for that feeling, it helps us to become more in tune with our feelings. Society tells men not to share their feelings. Society is decided by bonobo tribal norms. I don't know, that sounds more chimpanzee and less bonobo to me. I would say that bonobos are arguably much better at processing their feelings than chimpanzees are. Chimpanzees eat each other's children. Bonobos, they get it on. Bonobos resolve conflict by having sex with each other. They make peace by making love. They eat their own what? They don't eat their own. They eat... well, I guess they are technically their own. Chimpanzees, they will... Chimpanzees eat other monkeys. They eat other apes. Like... Chimpanzees they'll engage in a little bit of cannibalism. Anything that humans do, humans can be cannibalistic. Like chimpanzees do the same shit. You don't want to be on the wrong side of an angry ape. That's for sure. If you don't want to run away from your feelings, run towards your feelings. If they overwhelm you, allow yourself to be overwhelmed and then ride out the storm, and then what you will realize is that calm always comes after the storm. Sometimes you got to get through the storm to find the calm you're looking for. I don't know, sounds kind of dangerous. They're just feelings. They can't hurt you. They can't kill you. And you're gonna have to do it eventually. You know, if you're not ready yet, then train up, get stronger before you tackle them. I mean, you're the byproduct of billions of years of evolution, so you're probably much more capable than you give yourself credit for. You've won the evolutionary arms race, you biological badass, so get in there and tackle those feelings. What you'll probably come to realize is that it does fucking suck, but it probably won't be as bad as you thought it's gonna be, because we suffer more in imagination than we do in reality. When we actually stand up and confront the boogeyman in our mind, what we realize is that anxiety is a small beast that casts a long shadow, like an overactive chihuahua. You're like, I was afraid of a wolf. And what you notice is it's just a little yapping dog. What if all of your life you felt like a failure because it came from childhood trauma that the courts had to take you away from? I've always felt unwanted and undesired. I felt like a burden to the world. I feel trapped now, like what's the point? I can never live up to any of the things and any good. They go away, they end. How do you break free from feeling so lost? You have been wounded? This is true. You have been wounded, but it's your responsibility to do the healing. That healing is possible. Things can get better. What you may find to be helpful is to read stories of other people who have been through similar situations and see how they've turned out. You know, many people who go through terrible childhood experiences wind up becoming some just absolutely brilliant and fantastic people. What a lot of them end up doing is taking those experiences, those traumas that they have endured, and then they turn it into something good. They turn it into something productive and positive for the world. You know, they start working with people who have endured similar traumas and they help them to heal. You're full of potential. There's so much good you can do. I wouldn't look at it in such an extreme term and say it was all my life, because that's your entire life. We don't know what we could do. We've still got stuff that we could live up to. If you've endured this level of trauma, I highly encourage you to talk to a trauma specialist. There are people out there who specialize in treating people who have endured trauma. They're well informed and they are well educated in how to treat trauma, because trauma is very treatable. Open yourself up to the idea that you can get better. So long as you believe that you cannot get better, you're never going to get better. One of the biggest factors in whether or not a person gets better is whether or not they believe that they can get better. And believe me, as a practitioner, that is frustrating. You know, as a person who tries to help people, realizing that you can't help somebody that's unable or unwilling to help themselves, it's true. You were wounded in the past. Let's make sure that we're not wounding ourselves today. Let's make sure that we're not inhibiting our healing. You know, we don't need to continue to harm ourselves because we have been harmed. You know, if you believe that all people deserve to be treated with dignity and respect and care and compassion, and they all deserve a fair chance at a fair life, that includes you. What may be helpful is a little bit of a perspective shift. Let's say that this was your best friend that you were talking about. Let's say that you wrote in this submission because you had a best friend, somebody that you really cared about, somebody that you want to see doing well, somebody that you want to protect, somebody that you love. They were dealing with these feelings. What would you say to them? What would you want them to do? Think about it. Sometimes the best way to help ourselves is to step outside ourselves, to look at our problems as if they're someone else's problems. Because sometimes other people's problems feel a little bit more manageable, a little bit easier to fix. We're able to find the solution a little bit more clearly. I'd give that a try. Practice viewing yourself as someone that you want to see succeed. Practice viewing yourself in the same way that you would view someone that you care about deeply. Be your own best friend. A change in perspective is really just such a tremendously important thing when it comes to overcoming these types of feelings. So recently, I had a conversation with my mom that kinda was spurred on by my cousin from her side of the family. They told me that my aunt just told them that they had an older sister who died in a gas explosion when they were like 12, 13. I'm 35 years old and my mom never mentioned her. And when I brought it to her attention, she just shrugged it off and basically like she just forgot all these years later and couldn't even remember her sister's name. You know, it was probably very traumatic for her, and one of the ways that people will cope with trauma is to repress it and to just try to forget it. And it sounds like that may have been the case here. It's like, what do we do with that pain? We bury it. Now, granted, she came from a somewhat impoverished country, and the reality there was life wasn't as guaranteed, especially back in the 60s when there were a good amount of turmoil in an undeveloped world. Well, things were a bit different back then. You know, think about just how many people didn't make it to 30. Think about how many more people were just dying in like random accidents or industrial accidents, or they caught some sort of treatable disease that we just hadn't controlled yet. I feel like there really was just a different perspective on death. Not even that long ago, you know, a generation or two ago. Can I call you Unc? It would be my honor. Like, this is why so many homesteaders would have like 10 children, is because 4 or 5 of them might not make it. You know, little Timmy, he got tuberculosis last year. Oh, little Jim? Oh, he got caught in the wheat thresher. Generational trauma is my biggest op. As Lady Gaga would say, my biggest enemy is me. You know, generational trauma set the landscape, but right now the only one hitting myself is me. Oh, little Joshua? Yeah, Kim ran him over with the car. These pits. And children would regularly like fall into them and die, and then it wasn't until relatively recently that there were laws where it's like, you gotta cover up the shit pit. We got too many kids falling into the shit pit. So yeah, times were wild back then. You know, we had but people just had to keep fighting to survive, and so they didn't really have the time to sit down and process how sad they were about the fact that their kid was dead, because it's like, well, the crops aren't gonna tend themselves, you know, somebody's gotta still do the work, you know, we don't have time for it. And I feel like nowadays, with all of the modern luxuries and amenities and time saving that, technology and innovation has afforded us, we're able to have more time to sit down and reflect and think about our feelings and the way that, we cope with that kind of stuff. Did people actually dig a pit just for manure? It's like, where else are you gonna put it? Gonna put it in a pile? I'm in a small country, but I'm in the best school it's possible to get into. Well, hell yeah. And the super smart and hardworking people lack just basic logical things and don't see and understand anything about talking and acting and just common sense. What you'll realize is that no amount of intelligence will give you some good old-fashioned common sense. Alright, I'm gonna get back to this question. We were talking about just how traumatic it was to grow up in a time where life was not as guaranteed. I mean, later that same year, her dad died of a liver parasite, so she was traumatized early. Yeah. Oh, wow. And this was a time when it was just like, just don't talk about it. Just deal with it. Just keep going. They were very dismissive, and it's kind of because they had to be. It's like, if you can't let this overwhelm you. You got to keep pushing through. And I guess what surprised me is when I asked her if she ever felt depressed or if it still affects her, she just chuckled again and hit me with the, well, that's your generation's problem. You have the luxury of feeling depressed. Now, do you think it's too late for the older crowd such as herself to seek mental health, or are they still capable of receiving and accepting therapy? They are. They definitely are. Sometimes you have to, when you're working with somebody from a different generation, you have to kind of go about it in a different way. You kind of got to speak their language, And I think the way that I would do it if I were talking to him, and I would just be like, it sounds like a tragedy, and it sounds like, you weren't able to have time to sit down and process it. What do you think it would be like if you did? Just finding different ways to encourage that emotional processing. Because repression, as we know, it just doesn't really work. And if anything, what ends up happening is if you don't take your own sadness seriously, you don't take other people's sadness seriously. And so you might have people in your life that are struggling and suffering, and you just don't view their struggle as valid, is because you don't take yours seriously either. So there are definitely ways to go about it. When you're working with people from different generations, you gotta kind of speak their language. Find a way that you can connect with them. Also, it might still be affecting them in ways that they don't fully realize. And that's what you're trying to help them understand, is that it is affecting them. Just telling yourself it doesn't matter, telling yourself I'm not going to think about it, that doesn't really do that much in helping us actually move past it. It still ends up affecting us in ways that we just might not fully comprehend. I dropped out of school 2 times because I was never good at managing the workload on top of working to survive and managing disabilities. I have managed to get into an okay situation, but I'm very uninspired by the work I do. It always feels like I should be doing more than I am doing now, and not being able to complete my education is an irreparable failing. I see people doing more than me for society, coming from even worse circumstances, and feel a lot of guilt and frustration that I didn't do things people said I could growing up. What do I do? What do you want to do? Whenever people ask me, what do I do? One of the things I'm always going to ask you back is, what do you want to do? What I would say is, if you want me to tell you what to do, or what I think you should do, is first off, we need to stop comparing ourselves to other people. We need to stop looking to other people as a way to just make us feel worse about who we are. It's not very kind, and it's not very compassionate to ourselves, and that's what we're trying to become, is somebody who's more kind and compassionate to ourselves. You could try a 3rd time. You could try a different pursuit of study. If you feel like you want to do more and you feel like you're in a better position to do that, then give it another try. Maybe it just wasn't the right time. Maybe it's not a critique of who you are as a person. Maybe you were just overwhelmed with the situation you were in, and now if things are more stable, it might be different. But the only way to know is to try. And so let's not waste time comparing ourselves to other people just as a way to make ourselves feel worse about who we are. I'm just going to say it as it is. That's just not a good use of anybody's time. Making ourselves feel like shit is very rarely the appropriate thing to do. We need to celebrate what we can do instead of punish ourselves for that we feel like we can't do. Worry a little bit less for a while about what it is you're doing for society, and focus on what it is you're doing for yourself. You are also somebody who is worthy of your time and attention and your affection, your love, and your hard work. You might not end up being the person that you thought you were going to be. You could be somebody totally different, and that could be just fine. But I can tell you for sure that you're not going to get there by beating the shit out of yourself, kicking yourself while you're down. It's not going to get you to where you want to go. You're just going to grind yourself into dust. And you should be building yourself back up. So what do you want to do? If where you're at right now isn't comfortable for you, what can we do to make that more comfortable? That might include pushing through some discomfort. What's that next step? Get that figured out. If you dropped out twice, as they say, 3rd time's the charm. If you're feeling more balanced, then it's a different situation. I'm having trouble finding out who I am as a person after living with some trauma that occurred during my childhood. How do you truly discover yourself? Ooh, okay. I got it. There's a specific type of healing, a specific type of, you could call it a therapy if you want, but it's just It's more of like an exercise of self-exploration and self-recognition, and we call it inner child work. And so this could include having an internal dialogue, an internal discussion with that version of you, that child that was dealt that trauma. You show up in your life as the adult that you needed when you were younger. You know, the people who cared for you, you know, or whatever it was that caused that trauma, it's like you are showing up now as the adult that you needed then. And you reconnect with that part of yourself. Because that part of you that is holding on to that wound, that is part of you. And in order to truly discover yourself, you have to reintegrate that part of yourself. Inner child work is tremendously helpful when it comes to dealing with childhood trauma. And there's many different ways that you can do it. You know, you can do it in a guided sense. You can do it in a therapeutic context. You know, you could do it with a therapist and they could help guide you through it. You can do it on your own. You know, you can do meditation exercises. But it's all about just reconnecting with the part of you that is still holding on to that wound. And saying, hey, little buddy, it's okay. It's safe now. You can come out. One of the exercises I find to be helpful is to, you know, imagine yourself in your childhood room. You know, what is your mental image of your childhood room? You know, go there. Go sit down with little you. You know, play with them. Have them show you their favorite toy. Talk to them. Re-engage with that part of yourself. It can offer some truly profound avenues for healing. You know, just reconnecting with that part of ourselves that we thought was lost, but what we realize is that nothing is ever lost. It's still right there, just waiting for you to get back to it. The terror I feel right now. Whose terror is it? Is it your terror, or is it the terror of young you? Is that little you's terror? Are you just feeling it as an echo? Engage with younger you and say, it's okay, I get scared sometimes too. But we're gonna get through it together. Makes me sad thinking about little me hiding in my closet from my dad. And the real healing in this comes from being the one to go to the closet door and say, it's okay to come out now, it's safe. You got nothing to worry about. How do I respark my childhood curiosity? I feel like I was destroyed when my grades and knowledge weren't up to standard when I graduated and wanted to be a medical doctor. You want to respark your childhood curiosity? You know I love meditation. You know I love meditation, and so that's going to be my recommendation for you, is because you're going to want to reconnect with that part of yourself, and it might be buried somewhere in there. So you might have to do some sifting through your thoughts to be able to really track it down. And that's one of the things that meditation is really helpful for. Think back to moments in your childhood where you felt curious. You know, try to reintroduce yourself to that beginner's mind when the world was full of mystery. I've got a question for you. This might get you set on that path. Do you have a favorite dinosaur? It's one of my favorite tricks with reconnecting with a more childlike state of mind is to talk to somebody about what their favorite dinosaur was. Because you probably have one. Most people I met do have one. I haven't met very many people who weren't into dinosaurs, at least in some capacity. I could never choose. Just think about it for a minute. Even starting to think about stuff like that, it'll take you somewhere. It'll take you back to that mindset that you're looking for, that you're trying to find. You're trying to, rekindle that childlike sense of, wonder and curiosity. If you want to do that, you got to start thinking like you used to. Think about the stuff that it just blows your mind. Think about outer space. Think about dinosaurs. Think about stuff that was just blowing your mind as a kid. Stuff that you would just obsess over. Reintroduce yourself to it. Any tips for being more assertive and forceful when it's necessary? I'm trying to buy a motorcycle right now, and I feel like I'm getting strong-armed by the sales guys. Oh, they're gonna do it. Oh, they're gonna do it. You're at a motorcycle dealership and you're hanging out with a bunch of motorcycle salesmen. Oh yeah, they're gonna read you like a book. I'm usually a go with the flow and agreeable person, but sometimes you gotta be a bit more combative. Alright, so since you know that they're going to, try to win one over on you, you have that advantage in mind. You know what they're gonna try to do. They're gonna try to, hey, come on, go ahead and sign the paperwork, they're gonna try to get you to do it. Don't plan on agreeing. Plan on going there and not buying a motorcycle. Even though you're trying to buy a motorcycle, just hear me out. Go there without the intention to buy a motorcycle today. Let him know. I was just seeing what kind of offers you guys could make me. Sometimes the thing about being assertive is that it might not even be much of a direct process. You can be assertive in almost a more passive way, and you do that by kind of just being more dismissive of other people's attempts to run over you. And so, in a way, it's just about being direct and saying how you feel. It's not necessarily about being forceful and aggressive. It's just being about, it's just about being determined. If you're working with salespeople, don't appear overeager. Don't appear overinterested. Appear a bit more aloof, a little bit disinterested. Let them win you over. Let them woo you. In reality, being assertive is just all about meaning what you say. So don't say anything unless you mean it. Also, remember this, if you're planning on buying a motorcycle, you gotta drive to the dealership and then you gotta drive away with the motorcycle, so you might need a friend to go with you to drive your car back. If you're gonna go buy a motorcycle, if you're gonna drive it off the lot, you're gonna need a friend to drive your car back, so you might be able to get away with bringing somebody along with you. Especially if you have a friend who, can help back you up. Bringing a buddy is always a good idea when going shopping for a new automobile. Somebody who can say, nah, let's go. They're wasting our time, let's get out of here. Sometimes you just need a person to back you up. So if we're feeling like we're having a hard time being assertive enough on our own, then bring an ally. And go over the game plan with them ahead of time so that you're both on the same page. Just tell them, like, hey, no matter what they say, I want you to just disagree and say that's not good enough and keep trying to get me to leave. Like, yeah, these guys are yanking your chain. These guys are... sometimes that's really helpful to do. Just bring somebody else with you. That way you don't feel so outnumbered. Because they'll do that to you. They'll try to outnumber you, and they'll try to strong-arm you, and they'll say, hey, go ahead and sign. We can get you on a 72-month, let's get you into something good. You deserve that. They'll really lay it on thick. The thing about assertiveness is that it's just another thing that can sometimes take practice to do. And sometimes we might have a hard time recognizing the ways in which we already are assertive. Sometimes we might devalue ourselves and think that we're a bit of a pushover when, that might not necessarily be the case. But if you're trying to be more assertive, especially in America, if you're in America or in a culture where eye contact isn't viewed as disrespectful, because in some cultures, direct maintained eye contact is considered disrespectful or challenging. If you're trying to be more assertive in this context, I would encourage you to have your eye contact game on point. Stare at those dealers like you're trying to stare through them. Stare at them like you're trying to shoot a laser beam through them and you're trying to hit the wall behind them. It's a fine line between being assertive and being an asshole. Sometimes you gotta be an ass to be assertive. You don't always have to be an asshole to be assertive. Say what you mean and mean it. And definitely bring a buddy if possible. Having somebody to back you up can make all the difference. How do you handle it if your partner is always negative and it really affects your mood? My partner is going through a bad depression episode. I don't know, that's probably not the right word. It's actually exactly the right word. We would refer to it as a depressive episode, so you got the money right on the head. You got the money right on the head? What the fuck? Okay. You know words. Apparently I don't know words. I want to be supportive, but sometimes I struggle with keeping my patience and not getting frustrated with the negativity, especially when I'm fighting my own depression too. Ah. I think that this is something that healthy communication can help to make better. You know, just ignoring it and not talking about it isn't really going to help anybody. So I think just having a time where you can come together and realize, like, hey, we're both not really in a good place right now. You know, it's not my fault. It's not your fault. You know, maybe it's seasonal depression. Maybe we're depressed because of the state of the world. You know, who knows what it is. Probably one of those things. Just realizing that you are there to lean on each other in these times to the best of your ability, you know? I think it's important for your partner to realize that making you feel bad isn't the right way for them to cope with their feelings, but also you internalizing their negativity isn't the way for you to handle your feelings. So I feel like just having a conversation about this and reminding each other that it's not you versus me, you know, we're on the same team here and we both want to see each other do well, but we're both struggling right now. And it's okay to talk about it. I would say, you know, if you find yourself feeling impatient and getting frustrated, then it's okay to take a break, you know? You don't have, like, just be like, I'll talk to you later, you know? You know, go read a book, go have a snack, go watch a show, go for a walk. I think that it'll be important for you guys to talk about the ways that you feel like you need to be supported, because, you know, you're looking to be supported. He's looking to be supported. But we're having a hard time supporting each other because we're both struggling. And so what can we do differently? Because what we have to recognize here is that if we are just going to blame all of our behavior on depression, that's on us. You know, depression can provide the context, it can explain the negativity, but it doesn't excuse it. You know? Something really important to recognize if you are depressed is you gotta recognize the ways that you are contributing to your own misery. In what ways am I acting, and what am I doing in my day-to-day life that is contributing to my depression? If I were finding myself being overly negative and, you know, that would make me feel more depressed. And so I need to make sure that the way that I'm acting isn't making my depression worse. Because at the end of the day, my depression is my responsibility to do something about, and I need to not make other people feel worse just because I'm not feeling good. But it sounds like you both could use some support right now, so I would just take some time to talk about it. You know, like, what is it that he's doing to work on this depression? If he's going through a bad depression, what is he doing about it? Is he talking to anybody about it? Is he considered taking medication for it? Is he doing therapy? Is he in a support group? Is he, you know, what's he doing? You ever worry about going bald? No. If I went bald, I would just shave my head. I would just be out here looking like Mr. Clean. Or I would just draw a big swirl on my head like Charlie Brown. Just remember, questioner, that it is you and your partner versus depression. It is not you versus your partner. You know, you are on the same team here, and it is both of you versus depression. Depression is your mutual enemy. So it's important to remember that. I never thought I'd be this person, but I'm turning 35 this year, and I can't stop reminiscing about my 20s. It hits me so intensely. Even hearing songs from that time makes me emotional. I just listened to a track from 2013 and ended up crying like a baby. LOL. That's how you can spot a millennial. Millennial, try not to end a sentence with LOL challenge. Level impossible. I do it too, so I'm not judging. I'm just saying that's a very millennial thing to do. It's what we do. We're like, wow, I have some deep-seated trauma, LOL. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about you. I'm just making a statement. Anyway, I hate that I've become this way because I always told myself I wouldn't be that person stuck in the past. Is this some kind of Peter Pan syndrome? No, not necessarily. No, I'm not going to say it's that. You're just reminiscing about the past. You're reminiscing about the times that you enjoyed life. That doesn't have to be a bad thing. You know, to be able to look back on a time in your life where it was like, things were sweet, things were awesome. Now, realistically, things probably weren't as awesome as we're looking back on them because that's how things tend to go. We tend to look back on things with more fondness than, we look back and we forget how stressful things were back then. Like being a young adult, it was some of the best days of my life, but it was also some of the worst days of my life. And I feel like a lot of people will relate to that. You know, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. How do I let go of that and just live in the present without feeling so awful that those years are gone? You have to remind yourself that if I'm making myself feel awful, because that's what's happening, is I'm doing that to myself, I'm making myself feel awful and I'm losing sight of what I've got right here in front of me. That's like, I'm the one kicking myself. You don't want to waste the time that you still have lamenting the time that has passed. Where's that going to get you? You got to be in the moment. You're still connected to that version of you that was, in your 20s, listening to LMFAO, drinking Four Loko. You're still connected to that person. There's still a part of you. But you can't lose sight of you as in the moment that you are in. And you're still great. Just great in a different way. A little older, a little wiser, but still the same person. Same, but different. You gotta remember that any day that you spend just regretting things, or any day that you spend just like wishing that things were different, that is just wasted time. You're wasting time, and you're just creating more regret for yourself. Don't be sad that they're gone, be glad that they happened. Chad said once to me that worrying about the time that I had wasted was also wasting time, and that's kind of silly when you think about it. That is definitely something that I said, and I remember saying it, and I stick to it. If you're gonna spend time, regretting the time that you wasted, you are just creating more time that you're gonna regret in the future. You're doing right now the thing that you're trying to, break free from. Okay with letting go of the person who was drinking a Four Loko. I'm not that guy anymore, but I was that guy once. It was just a part of my journey. Honestly, being in your 30s, I love it. I love it. You just, you know, it affords you much more freedom in not caring what people think about you. You know, you can take those things that you loved about the past and you can keep them alive today. And they can still continue to bring you joy. We don't need to, you know, regret that that time has passed. Because that means we're just going to miss the time that we're in. The time that we're in might not be so bad. You also mentioned Peter Pan syndrome. Peter Pan syndrome, that's the man-child syndrome. You're Peter Pan and you need a Wendy to take care of the lost boy. I don't want to grow up. My teens sucked, my 20s sucked a little less. I'm trying to make my 30s not bad. Line goes up. I didn't realize that was happening to me. Oh, that you were the Wendy to a Peter Pan? I don't want to grow up. I'm never going to leave Never Never Land. And so you find a woman to do your laundry and clean up after you so that you can play with the other Lost Boys. Thank you for the stream today. You're welcome. I agree with the concept that wanting to get better is an important component. I was doing talk therapy, but it was too expensive for my current situation, so I started building a DBT therapy bot in ChatGPT to talk to. What do you think about using this approach? I feel like I have had some breakthroughs and have allowed myself to cry and process things. Hey, let me just say, a lot of therapeutic processes are very formulaic. They are things that we've been doing for years and we know that they work and there's a process to them, and it's a lot of just regurgitation of information and consistency, and AI is really good at that. Language models are actually really good at doing this kind of stuff, especially if you're just looking for, you know, insight or perspective or help in setting a goal or breaking things down into steps. You know, these types of things like ChatGPT, they're really helpful for that kind of stuff. What I would encourage you to do is, if you want to get the most out of it, is have it offer you, you know, homework. Have it give you tasks to do outside of talking to it, you know, things that you can go out and do in your real life. Have it challenge you a bit, because that's an important part of therapy, and that's something that the AI might not do unless you tell it to do that. Because ChatGPT can be very on your side, I'm rooting for you. And sometimes you need a little bit of like challenging and perspective shift, and sometimes it could be helpful to just let it know, like, can you offer me a different perspective on this? You know, can you offer me some actionable steps? Can you, you know, give me a task to help work on this goal? It could be good at that kind of stuff, but the more you teach it, the better it can work for you. Like DBT, for example. Like DBT has a workbook, right? And language models that are trained off of, all of the data that's on the internet, all of the things that are available, it's like it knows this stuff. It has this stuff accessible to it. And so you could have it help you work through these same types of exercises. Now, there's something really important to consider is that the AI can make shit up. So anything important is worth double checking outside of the AI. I wouldn't just take everything it says as true because it can just make shit up. And also, another really important part of getting better is talking to people. And so if you're not able to get into therapy, I would say you could look for perhaps, support groups or other alternatives, that could help to bridge that gap so that you can engage with people who are going through something similar. Because that's also a really important component. Remembering that you're not alone in this. DBT is all about working on your mindfulness, your interpersonal effectiveness, your emotional regulation, your distress tolerance. Those are the main components of working on DBT, and those are fantastic skills to learn, and it's all written out. Like this model of therapy, DBT, it's like these are all the handouts. There's a ton of handouts in DBT because it's a very regimented treatment plan. There's a process to it. And what they've found is that if you go through that process, it's very effective. It's just the amount of time and work and effort involved. But I think that for a lot of people, for a lot of, just like well understood things, just like AI is really good at some aspects of therapy. I won't lie. AI is really good at certain aspects of the therapeutic process, but you are still missing out on that like human connection part. It's like it does in the end, just like it can still be helpful and it can still be beneficial. Don't get me wrong, but it can still feel a little hollow. But if it helps, it helps. Why does Western media never talk about what's happening in Congo? Because we're racist, probably. That's my simplest, most direct answer is just because Western media outlets are just kind of racist and they just don't really seem to care all that much about the plight of people in Africa. ChatGPT once said that they got info from a random book and then it made up the book. Yeah, like that's the kind of stuff you gotta watch out for, is that it can give you some very convincing false information. So when you're dealing with well-established facts, and a lot of these like therapeutic processes are things that we've been doing for decades, and so they're pretty well established, the steps of treatment. And it knows that, and it can access that, and so it can offer something that is reasonably helpful. It's definitely not perfect, but it's better than nothing. Also, it's free, so that's good. foreign affairs is off limits unless it's to further American dominance. Yeah, precisely. It's like we don't really care to talk about what's going on in the world unless it benefits us and our position of power in America. And so there's just, and I'm not trying to say that, you know, there isn't a benefit to talking about it, but just from the perspective of like the people who control the media, it's like they don't care. That's not saying that we shouldn't care, or that it doesn't matter. But the people who make those decisions, they don't determine it to be important enough. It's like, how does reporting on this make us money? Also, you gotta remember that a lot of the destabilization that exists in modern day Africa are remnants of the damages that were done during the imperialistic age. Like, do you think that the Dutch news outlets cover what's going on in Congo? Probably not. I'm 13 and I have absolutely no idea what to do. That's normal. Just saying, that's totally normal. You know, I'm 36 and sometimes I feel like I have absolutely no idea what to do. But then what I do is I make an educated guess and I go with what feels best. And then most of the time it works. I want to do big things and maybe, or make change in the world. I know it's okay not to have it planned out, but where do I even start? What should I do? I already have proven myself and to others that I can do things no one else could ever do, but what now? How do I find the next step? But I don't want to brag myself like shit, so I'm staying anonymous. Well, find a mentor. You're young, find a mentor, somebody that can lead you with their wisdom and their experience to help you figure out what that next step is. I would recommend finding somebody who doesn't tell you what that next step is necessarily, who doesn't just order you around and tell you what you need to be doing, but rather somebody who helps you figure that out on your own. You know, find somebody that you can look up to, somebody that you can trust, so that you can learn from them. Because we're never too old or too young to have mentors. You know, I have people that I look up to, I have people that I would call mentors. Life is big and life is confusing, and it's not meant to be figured out on your own. So I would find people who can challenge you and excite you and help you figure out what that next step is. If you were a Yu-Gi-Oh card, which one would you be? I'm having a hard time deciding. I know who I should ask. Somebody who knows me very well. A near and dear friend of mine. I need to ask ChatGPT. This is what it says. ChatGPT knows me pretty well. Have I tried DeepSeek yet? Not yet. As I said, ChatGPT knows me pretty well. It says that I would be the silent psychic wizard. He looks pretty cool. If there are actually people in the chat that are in their 20s and 30s, how did y'all even find this stream? Like, Twitch doesn't have a lot of channels like these. How did y'all find this the first time? A lot of people found me through my friends. I'm a Nepo baby. Also, a lot of people find my stream by going to mental health. A lot of people will find my stream from the mental health tag, of which I'm near the top of people streaming in the mental health tag. But of all of the people streaming in the mental health tag, I'm the one that's actually doing just mental health. I'm not here like playing a game or doing ASMR and doing mental health. Like, I'm not doing League of Legends and also stream. Like, no shade to this person, but I think it should be illegal to stream under the mental health tag while playing League of Legends, because I feel like League of Legends it's not a game for a mentally healthy person. If you have friends and they're like, I'm gonna do the ranked solo queue, I'm gonna be grinding League of Legends, you should probably check in on them. So yeah, whenever people go to like mental health, I'm one of the few that pops up that isn't like somebody playing a game. We're more of like a talk show. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, this is the mental health tag on Twitch, and as you can see, everybody's playing games. But not me. Not that I don't like playing games, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to bring a different type of content to the platform, because there's enough people to watch playing games on this platform, and I know that this is the website where you go to watch people play games. I know, I get it. I wanted to create a space where we had a mental health focus. Or like, even beyond that, like we talk about psychology, we talk about like world events. Couple more questions in the box. Let's get to it. Us millennials are kind of peculiar transitional generation, don't you think? Yes. We are one of the few, we are the generation that got to experience the transition from like analog to digital, and from like no internet to dial-up internet to high-speed internet. You know, we lived in a time where it was like you would see cassettes and CDs and MP3 players and streaming. Every facet of life was the norm. Yet we retained some of the older toxic characteristics of Gen X and Boomers. Currently these days. People are still out there bullying each other. They just do it differently. Some people will do like virtue signaling as a way of bullying, or they will like, you know, bully. You know, it's just the bullying still exists. It's just different. They just do it differently now. Nowadays in school, they'll bully you for not being woke enough. You know, you still got kids bullying each other for wearing the wrong fashions or for not following the right channels. It's like, we're still doing it. We're still doing it. But we're doing it differently. A friend of mine invited me to his niece's birthday party, more so because we had plans for afterwards. But while I was there, I noticed that he was poking fun at his nephew, who was 5, like too harshly. And when the kid started crying, my friend just shrugged it off. I mean, you gotta be kind of a miserable person to just make a child cry for fun. Oh, Atticus, you ready? Atticus is ready for dinner. Oh, he hungry. Oh, I hear him down there. He whining. He says he hungry. Oh, Atticus. My beagle woke up from his nap and he's hungry. Okay, Atticus. Just a second, Atticus. I got 2 more questions. I got 2 more questions after this one, Atticus. Just hold the line. Just hold the line, Atticus. I'm coming. When I asked him about it and told him that he was bullying, he was genuinely confused. He still thinks bullying is like 80s era physical violence and he didn't do any of that, so it's fine. Good on you for calling out the behavior. You know, good on you for pointing that out and encouraging him to be accountable, because bullying is definitely more than just physical bullying. And you still see physical bullying today, like it still exists, it hasn't just gone away. But you do see a lot of this, like, psychological, emotional bullying, you know? Or it's like cyberbullying. It's like, we're gonna post what is it that you were doing? It's like, you are making somebody feel bad for your pleasure. That is bullying. So honestly, good on you for pointing it out. Good on you for pointing it out and calling it what it was. You know, let him scratch his head about it. Let him mull that over, but it is what it is. Does anyone have good recommendations for books on trauma, addiction, and/or poverty, or anything related to such experiences from a psychological perspective? Non-fiction preferred, but fiction is also great if it still provides helpful insight. I'm hoping to gain more foundational knowledge as I work towards a career in mental health. Thanks. You are wonderful people. Oh, you're welcome. A good one that comes to mind for me, especially about trauma, is a book called The Body Keeps the Score. Now the thing about, like, when I recommend a book, like, I'm not gonna treat any book as if it is like the be-all end-all of knowledge. The reason why this book is so groundbreaking is because it re-examines how trauma affects us. How trauma is not just a mechanism of the mind, but it actually affects the body as well. And in healing ourselves, we need to consider, you know, our brain, our mind, and our body and how we heal that trauma. And so The Body Keeps the Score. It's by Bessel van der Kolk. It's a great book about trauma. If you are, and then if you're interested in understanding more about DBT, or not DBT, a BPD by borderline personality disorder, there's a book called I Hate You, Don't Leave Me. Understanding the Borderline Person. Dr. Nicole LaPera, I haven't read her books, Dr. LaPera, but I am a big fan of her work and as far as her approach to healing trauma. And so Dr. Nicole LaPera has a few books that you might want to check out. And again, I haven't read those books, but I'm a fan of her work and the stuff that she I follow her on like social media and stuff, and she's got some very great stuff to say. How to do the work. How to recognize your patterns, heal from your past, and create yourself. She has a few books. There's How to Meet Yourself and How to Be the Love You Seek. You know, so I would say those are some ones to check out. If you're looking for a little bit of a different perspective than what might be traditional as far as a view of psychotherapy, looking at mental illness as not just an issue with the mind, it's an issue of the body, it's an issue of the spirit. You know, it goes much deeper, and in healing yourself, it's not just about healing your thoughts, it's about healing you in all aspects. From a holistic perspective, taking everything into consideration. But yeah, there's lots of good books out there. I wish I could give more recommendations, but if I'm being honest, my favorite type of book to read is like fantasy and science fiction. But if you're looking for a nonfiction recommendation about a book that also incorporates mental health topics, you know, let me know. I'd be willing to make some recommendations. All right, Atticus, I'm coming. I just got one more question. Just one more question, Atticus. Is that okay? Atticus is in here, and he is hungry, and he is crying at me. He is ready to eat. All right, Atticus, don't worry. We just got one more question, and then we'll be ready to go. Oh, my goodness. Can you hear him grumbling back here? Atticus. Can you hear him back here grumbling at me? Oh, Atticus, don't cry. He's back there crying at me. Poor baby. No, he's just a crybaby. He loves to cry. Whenever he's outside and he wants to come back inside, he will be crying within half a second to let him in. Like he's very dramatic. He's very dramatic. Don't worry, Atticus. Just give me another minute and we'll be ready to go. Patience is a virtue, but beagles are very impatient. Speaking of playing games while streaming under the mental health tag, would you ever consider playing a game on stream but using the plot of the game or characters to explain mental health / psychological concepts? Like a branching narrative game, I think could possibly be an interesting tool to help explore such things. No, that's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Atticus, I'm coming. Oh my god, he is just grumbling. He is very vocal. All right, Atticus. Okay. I'm coming. What do you use for subtitles? It's a GitHub script, I think. that you download as a extension for OBS. All right, I gotta go feed this dog before he cries and cries and cries. No, I think this is a good idea. You know, maybe we could do it as a sub goal or something. I'm gonna give it some consideration. If there's any particular games you could think of that really tie into those topics, you know, we'll give it some thought. I gotta go feed my dog. I gotta go feed my boy. He's hungry. All right, everybody. That's going to be it for me today. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Thanks for all the new follows. Oh, by the way, we broke 6K. We broke 6,000 followers. Can you believe it? We broke 6K. Let's fucking go. Have a great night, everybody. I will be back tomorrow. I'll see you all next time. Take good care of yourselves out there. Raiders, thank you for coming in. Thanks for the new follows. I hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed the discussion and the immaculate vibes. All right, everybody. Take good care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. I can't talk today. I'm stumbling all over my words. Take good care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. Show yourself some kindness. Do something nice for yourself today. Have a great night, and I will see you next time. Adios, amigos. Peace be with you. Peace be with ye. Also, if you're not in enough Discord servers and you want to join another Discord server, you know, you can check mine out too, but, you know, no pressure. No pressure. Alrighty, later gamers.